Alright, we're now ready for the last run of the marathon, which is going to be Ocarina of Time by AceZephyr Glitchless. So, Bible thumbs in the chat, it's the last run, and Ace, do take it away.
Time? Thank you very much. Welcome to Ocarina of Time. Normally you've seen this game probably quite brutalized with glitches, however, we're not going to be doing that, as true to the marathon. So, should I give a countdown for starting the race? Or the run? Alright, I'll give another 5 countdown, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So, hello everyone. Glitchless in Ocarina of Time is a bit of a complicated matter. Because this game is so broken, and we just have so many particular skips and things that we can do, it actually gets kind of difficult to define exactly what is and isn't a glitch, and you might have seen some of the debate that we've had about this in around 2017 or so, when we discovered some particularly game-breaking stuff that didn't explicitly break any of the glitchless rule sets. In particular, getting to the Haunted Wasteland as Child Link before having gotten to be an adult. And this would let you completely skip the Gerudo card and save around 5 minutes in a speedrun, or more like 4 minutes because the trick itself was extremely difficult and took around a minute to do itself. And it pretty much broke the concept of glitchless being anything even related to a casual playthrough, which it never was supposed to be, but it kind of feels good to think that it is. So, as a result, the glitchless category has been split into multiple different variants. In particular, the unrestricted version of the category is the version that this is not going to be running. I'm doing the restricted version, and it's been easily the more popular of the two, simply because it's more accessible, and because unrestricted has so many stupid things in it that no one wants to run it. Couple things getting out of the way. First of all, the Japanese version is faster, not because the text scrolls faster, but because the Japanese language itself has fewer characters to say the same sentence, and therefore the text finishes scrolling faster after fewer characters have had to scroll. Being a little hydrated there. Second of all, the Wii Virtual Console is... I'm playing this on that version because it's pretty much the least laggy version of all the versions, and has a good controller option in the form of the GameCube controller, though you can use adapters in order to plug an N64 controller into a Wii Virtual Console. And so, first thing we're going to be doing in the run is grabbing 40 rupees and the sword and shield, and then going to beat the Deku Tree. Unfortunately, there isn't really a way, or I guess fortunately, because, well, no glitches are allowed, there's not really a way we have to skip the Deku Tree. And as a result, the beginning of the run is actually quite different from most Ocarina of Time speedruns, where we normally escape the forest and either just not do the Deku Tree at all, or come back with additional items to do it later. However, in this case, we have to do it now. And, well, I mean, it's still pretty fun. It's still a pretty fun dungeon to do in a glitchless run. It'll be pretty fast-paced. It's actually one of the harder dungeons. It's like one of the hardest dungeons in the whole run, despite it being extremely short, and the first dungeon. So in Ocarina of Time, backwalking is typically the fastest way to move, quite weirdly. Followed by, actually, I don't know, backwalking is typically pretty fast, and is used for long distances. Rolling is used for short distances, and you can combine backwalking, like you're going to see me do right here, with side hopping, to do what's called box movement, where you essentially can move 90-degree angles very easily with the combination of backwalking, rolling, and side hopping. So here I grab the sword and a few rupees, and I'm going to grab the rest of the rupees on the way to the shop. There's a few invisible rupees in the air right here that we grab. And we can grab that one by stabbing a sign. You normally do something called bridge clip to grab that rupee, which is allowed in Glitchless, but I'm just not good at the game, so I don't do it. This alternate rupee that you can grab over here is not much slower. And we steal the shop's 5 rupees and purchase a 40 rupee shield. That was weird, the equipping shield just didn't make a sound. So we're gonna grab one Deku Stick. Deku Sticks are one of the most powerful weapons in the game as Child Link in particular. And I didn't get the jump slash, whatever. That barely saves time. And a 604 enter Deku. Not bad for me, but pretty bad for anyone who actually runs the game seriously. I suck at this game. Anyway, Deku Cheese is hard. We're gonna grab a Deku Nuts to start because they're very useful as well. They let you stun enemies because killing enemies sometimes is slow, so you can just stun them to not have to deal with them. This text skip isn't allowed because it just isn't. Normally you can pull out a weapon right there in order to skip that Navi text, but it's not allowed because the restricted rule set. I'll explain more about that later, but right now I have to focus very hard. Skullball tools only really will charge at you if they are facing you. So if they're not looking at you, they can't hurt you, or unless you run into them. But I'm not going to do that. All right, so we do this, and that lets us break the web. And coming up, we're going to skip E1. It's not a glitch, I swear. It's just a jump. I'm doing the hard Tsundere jump here. Hopefully I get it. This looks good. Nice frame. Nice! That was amazing. I was very nervous about getting that in a run, but it worked, so that's amazing. We can jump slash here to light this torch. That torch was normally, or light the stick, that torch was normally there for decoration, but we don't care. And these scrubs aren't the fastest, but they're pretty good. They're not that bad. That was actually a really good Deku tree for me. I'm amazed. Alright, so I just did a Deku Stick jump slash there. The crouch tab where you hold R and press B move in the game is kind of broken, and it does the same damage as whatever your last attack was. And Deku Sticks do double the damage of a Kokiri sword normal attack. And so we can just do double damage by doing a jump slash, followed by double damage by doing an attack with a Deku Stick, and just do those attacks by doing crouch stabs, and as a result, Goma dies pretty quickly. So yeah, power crouch stab is one of those scenarios where it's a glitch, but we allow it because it is just how the crouch stab moves work. In order to ban it, you would have to ban the use of the crouch stab move entirely, which was obviously intended as it's a completely separate move. So you'd have to ban an intended mechanic completely in order to be able to remove a glitch. That was like a 20-second gold for me. Or actually, no, it was like a 15-second gold. And that's just to show how hard Deku Tree is, and more importantly, how amazing that Deku Tree was. So, yeah. What else am I to say? The restricted rule set, and specifically what is allowed and what isn't. So, in restricted, you are allowed to... you are not allowed to, I guess... Actually, I'll cover most of the differences between unrestricted and restricted. So, in unrestricted, the main difference is definitely damage boosting. Whenever you get hit by damage in midair, you're able to knock yourself forwards, and this can be used to do some skips, such as skipping the Big Octo and Jabu's Belly, and more recently and more notably, skipping the Gerudo card by doing that damage boost as Child Link over in Gerudo Fortress. So, you're also not allowed to abuse a mechanic in the game called anti-gravity. Essentially, when Link's head passes on a ceiling, and if certain conditions are met, his Y velocity can't be canceled out, and he just stops in midair. And as a result, he can just it's restricted. I'm explaining right now the differences between the rule sets. Anti-gravity will cause Link to basically just hover in the air a bit because his Y velocity is completely canceled out. And I'm going to take this opportunity right now to grab some hydration fluid. Alright, so another thing is whenever like there's some text triggers on the ground where you walk into them and text appears, specifically Navi tells you things, or maybe an owl will tell you things. Those kinds of text triggers are allowed to be skipped in unrestricted by pulling out weapons repeatedly, or just in the case of Deku Tree by pulling out your sword or Deku Stick right in front of the trigger and just being able to grab the vines. But that's not allowed in restricted. Opening chests underwater, there's a way to open the chests underwater if you hookshot it with iron boots on, but that's not allowed in unrestricted because you're normally not supposed to be able to open chests underwater, as evidenced by the fact that there's an entire puzzle in Forest Temple dedicated to unflooding a chest so that you can open it. Some notable things that are allowed in both of them are, of course, crouch stabbing is fine, and using any abuses of crouch stabbing by itself are fine, so just power crouch stabbing and anything that comes with that. Let me think. A bit of a weird one that is allowed in both restricted and unrestricted is grabbing objects through walls or colliding with entities or objects through walls. So, for example, in Ice Cavern and several other places, we're going to be interacting with certain objects and, for example, collecting silver rubies by jump slashing into certain objects. And we're going to grab them despite the fact that we haven't destroyed the objects we're supposed to destroy in order to grab them. That's still fine though, because you're supposed to be able to interact with 3 switches throughout the game, one in Water Temple, one in Spirit Temple, and one in Spirit Trial, that you have to interact through a wall in order to grab. You have to vertical slash or just spin attack or do whatever to hit those switches. And we're going to be hitting one of them in the run actually, so I can point that out when it happens, but it's not going to be for like 3 hours. And as a result, we say that interacting with that certain limited interactions through walls, assuming that you don't actually use another glitch to do so, are fine. So we're going to go up left here because there's a really stupid recently discovered time save that if you talk to Mido from right here, he actually takes less time to walk over to his final point, and therefore you can gain control faster. We did not know about this for the longest time, and it's so embarrassing. So as stated before, backwalking is typically fastest, but since it takes a little bit of time to, first of all, turn around and also actually accelerate to top speed when you're backwalking, you usually roll if you want to change angles quickly, and wow, that was pretty close to not making it in. Usually roll if you want to change angles quickly, or if you want to go for short distances, usually you roll for distances less than 4 backwalks, or, wow, that was bad. Usually you backwalk for distances greater than 4 rolls. What the heck was I even saying there? What even is 1 backwalk? Hey, we could have done faster quests. All right, so here we have the Here we have one of a few auto scrollers, I guess you could say, because we have to wait for time of day. This entire section until waking up Talon is just waiting for nighttime and then waiting for daytime again. There's a couple of exceptions, in particular Castletown, where time doesn't advance, but we're going to right now be trying to get there as quickly as possible, and also grabbing some money. I'm actually going to be doing a safe strat in this run because I am not confident. I am confident in my ability to not burn the shield, but, well, it's a marathon, I might as well play it safe. So yeah, it doesn't really matter how long it takes me to get to Hyrule Castle as long as I get there before nighttime. In particular, with this safe route, I have to get there before nighttime because I have to grab 80 rupees and then purchase the Hylian Shield. This route is called Shield Early, and we're going to be purchasing that Hylian Shield right now, as opposed to right at the end of the first child segment. And this means that we actually have the shield for Dodongo's Cavern, which means that we can unequip the Deku Shield, meaning that it won't burn. And there's a lot of fire keys in general, fire hazards in Dodongo's Cavern that are very scary, and you want your Deku Shield, and there's not really a good place to grab another one. I mean, there are a couple of good places, but you don't want to have to use them. So, like, we're gonna grab 80 rupees right here. There's 60 rupees up here, you can grab 40 of them by jumping, and we just reload the area in order to respawn the rupees. Okay, so I've got to remember I actually have to stand still after I purchase the Hylian Shield because collection delay. It's a weird mechanic in this game, and it just means that while the area text is up, saying Bazaar, or whatever that means in Japanese, I'm not able to actually collect the item that I've just purchased. So I can actually buy the item and then walk out of the shop, and neither my rupees weren't spent and the item wasn't collected. And time has been wasted and everyone's sad. So, for whatever reason, the game probably wanted you... What? Why is it still day? Wow. Whatever. Doesn't matter. So the game probably wanted you to get caught by a guard and then have Malon give you the egg, but you can just reload the area by exiting and then entering it to let Malon give you the egg. And this egg is, of course, the reason why this whole area is essentially an auto-scroller. We have to wait for this egg to hatch in order to wake up Talon, and unfortunately, Glitchless, there is no way to get to the crawl space leading to Zelda without waking up Talon. If there was, we wouldn't be doing any of this. However, it doesn't mean that we can't do some skips. We can do a jump, and a jump slash, and these guards have terrible vision at night. And you just walk around these guys. Contrary to popular belief, they do not have eyes on the back of their heads. I didn't think that was a popular belief, but apparently it actually is not a popular belief. I just made that up. Because I can't think of things to say in this time that I have to wait. Oh yeah, equips. Equips are highly optimized in all Ocarina of Time speedruns. I have found a total of around, I'd say, a quarter second of time save in just equips alone throughout this category. Just by saying, hey, Dingus, why did you equip bombs here? In this one particular scenario where we used to equip bombs. It kind of makes sense, but not really. And in total, that meant that I saved... I think I've saved a total of 5 cursor movements and 1 actual equip on the pause menu, which doesn't actually happen very often, and I just want to say that while I'm talking about equips. So we can just jump, and then jump slash, and yes, I made it. I don't know why, but I have a little bit of trouble getting it from that position, and I usually push it one forwards, but I'm getting used to doing it from that position instead. And ZFD Speed Police, you can put it in chat if you have it. How did that guy not get me? The world may never know. What, how am I, what the hell? I'm not gonna, I'm sorry about that, but it, I don't know. Why can't I side hop? I should actually put on my headphones completely. That might help. There we go. That was a pretty good guards though, even though it was second try. I mean, it was second try, which means that's not a good guards, but it was still a pretty good guards, I guess. Like, there's a thing where guards can catch you from places that they're not normally supposed to be able to catch you if you jump into their line of sight and do frame perfect side hops out of it. But I was not doing frame perfect side hops there. So I was thinking something like that happened, but it didn't. I was on the ground for like a quarter second at times because I can't side hop because I'm bad at pressing a button at exactly 171 beats per minute. Oh yeah, we're talking now. There's a lot of dialogue in the beginning of Glitchless, which makes it a pretty unpopular category in terms of like people that stay and speedrun it for a very long time. But there's a lot of people that pick it up as a first run to the game, which honestly, that's why I feel like it's a really good category to have. I don't know, words came out of my mouth there. But yeah, I find it to be a pretty fun category, but it does get kind of exhausting after a while because of the beginning of the run just being so long. And honestly, Faster Quest made this category so much more bearable in a race setting. And I already showed off Faster Quest a complete-a-thon, doing 100% of this game glitchless. That run was a bit of a train wreck, but it ended up completing after I forgot an item, and chat literally had to tell me that I forgot an item at one point. Yeah, that's what happens when you do a 5-hour run with barely any breaks like Faster Quest. So, and honestly, because of that, because I'm kind of have attention issues in general, I do like the downtime that I have, or just, I guess, focus issues, I guess. I do like the amount of downtime that there is in this run, where there's a lot of breaks in between the different sections, so that I don't have to be continuously focused on the run for 4 hours, or I guess 3 hours in that case, straight. So I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. I'm just trying to find something to say. Don't worry, we're almost done talking. We got the lullaby. I mean the letter, not the lullaby. That's not a letter, that's a lullaby. Wait, that's a lullaby, not a letter. Wait, no, it's a letter, not a lullaby. I don't know. That is a lesser. Now we're getting lullaby. Words are hard at midnight. Oh yeah, song playing. Songs are hard, and I play Zio in a particularly difficult manner. I play on a GameCube controller, and I just use the C stick for all 3 notes. Thing is, in Ocarina of Time for the Virtual Console, they mapped the GameCube's C button to both, like, the C down right and left buttons were mapped to X, Y, and Z. Not in that order, of course, but the C stick was mapped to the C stick as well, so you actually have multiple buttons for the C down, left, right, and C down, left, and right. But of course, you just use the buttons for actual items, but sometimes you can use the C-stick for playing songs, and in that case I can use the C-stick for playing Zelda's Lullaby. However, because this game reads inputs very slowly, I guess it reads them at 60 frames per second, but the game itself runs at 20 frames per second, and it only accepts one song, one note input per visual frame, so it can only do 20 notes per second. As a result, I can't go super fast, and I actually have to take the playing of most songs really slowly. And it's honestly something I just have to get in the rhythm of doing, and I probably should just start using the buttons and C-stick up for playing Zelda's Lullaby like most people do. Alright, Kakariko Village. There's like one thing that I have to do here, and that's avoid talking to this one particular guard who happens to be walking right next to me as I climb up some stairs. Because the A button, the move fast by rolling button, is also the talk button. How convenient. Alright, I completely missed the stairs there. I wasn't even looking at the map at all, so it doesn't matter. So if you can get from the Zelda escape to going to Goron City and entering it before you hear nighttime start, that means you're at least kinda okay-ish at the game. That's a good way to tell if you can move at least decently. Oh yeah, we're going to Goron City right now, you might think, but the next place we're going is Saria's Song. Why the heck are you in this completely unrelated part of the game? Well, we kind of have to go here in order to, this is the next place we have to go. And there's a very convenient little shortcut from Lost Woods to right here, so we're going to open it up right now by taking some fire from this room and opening up the shortcut. Lighting this torch isn't really required, but it's safer because for whatever reason, when you put a torch in fire, it resets its burn timer, meaning that when you make a torch more on fire, it makes it less on fire. Don't ask how it works, it just does. Hello, our friend owl. This is the shortest owl, I think. No, this is not the shortest owl. This is the second shortest owl. So there's a Wolfos coming up here. We're gonna stab it to death. However, it should not die when we stab it. but it does. Or at least it shouldn't consistently die when we stab it, but for whatever reason it does. The damage values should not work out, but they do. And it's one of those things where you don't ask questions, and it's just Ocarina of Time and you let it die. I should have actually practiced this movement, I realize now. Alright, I'm fine. Nice. I got him. Stick. So yeah, we're talking to Saria now, who gives us a song that we use exactly once. You're normally supposed to use it twice. We don't use it the second time. You'll see why. I played the song correctly, wow. I know the text match can be here because I'm very close to being just on pace for a PB on this split, so I want to get through it very quickly. Nah, I'm too slow. Probably guards. I was very, very close to hitting A too early there, not saving the game, and then hitting reset. That was so close to the run being just completely dead. I can't believe it. Wow, I am so glad I just saved. That was insane. And that looked completely mundane, but that was insane how monk-esque that felt to me. I don't know how to convey that in words. Alright, so what I did there is I saved and reset, and resetting the game as Child Link, assuming you're not in a dungeon, will put you at your house, and resetting the game as Adult Link will put you at Temple of Time. If you're at a dungeon, though, it'll put you at the beginning of the dungeon. We'll use that exactly once throughout the run. Wow, wow, words. Syllables, pronunciation. Those are also words. So coming up soon is the part of the run where I actually have things to talk about, because the Dodongo's Cavern is a sort of difficult area to run. You've got tons of things that can burn your shield, which is why I grabbed the Hylian shield, because I just don't want to risk it. You normally don't grab the Hylian shield and deck nuts become your friend completely, but I'm also going to try and go through the beginning part of the dungeon until I get bombs without using the Hylian shield, because I think I'm confident enough in my ability to do that, and there's a backup shield right after the bombs, so it's not too bad if I happen to not do that successfully. Nice, I got the good camera. The camera can sometimes just lock in place as it tries to rotate behind Link right there, and now if I just hold up, it's pretty much in line with the exit. If you play Saria's song in the right place, with the right camera angle, then this just happens. Except it is sort of inconsistent, so it's not really something you can reliably go for, it's just a thing you kind of go for and hope you get. No. Alright, so we backflip off here. And now the run gets kind of tense, because the Dongo's Cavern is actually kind of difficult. So we're going to start by getting a good angle here. The platform cycle that we're given right here is not good. And also I backflip into the cutscene, just a little time save. The platform cycle isn't good to climb across the platforms right now, so we don't. Fortunately, this really cool movement exists that lets you just get to this ladder pretty quickly, faster than if you were to use the platforms. Though there are certain other strats you can do in, for example, Unrestricted, that involves skipping the cutscene of the dungeon opening up, that do make the platform cycle more favorable to take the platforms. So I just did a stick slash, and obviously that's for power crouch stab, but why did I do the stick slash and not a stick jump slash? You'll see. Or I'll explain it right now. Lizalfos have exactly 6 health, and they run away after taking 3 damage. So if you do the math, by doing 2 damage and then immediately doing 4 damage, they die, but they don't run away. Or at least they die before they can get a chance to run away. And we just stored 2 damage, so you see where this is going? Now we store 4 damage and kill it. Easy. And this other guy, we have 4 damage stored, but he just won't run away at all because his buddy's dead. No. Oh. Door. Happened there? My audio's fine. I don't know what's going on. Alright, cool. It appears to be fixed now. That's good. Alright, so this is the Monk-esque part of the run where we have fire keys who just want nothing more than our shield to not be a shield anymore. Alright, this guy's in a really good position. He's very far to the right. He can't hurt me. So you might think that first fire keys right there is the bad guy, but we can get past him fairly easily and really consistently. It's actually the second fire keys we actually have to use a Deku Nut on. There's a Navi text trigger here. But I mean, you wouldn't know it, we just go right over it. And this bomb throw is unnecessarily annoying, and the game devs really should have done a better job making that bomb throw better. So if you remember, we never got the slingshot. You're supposed to need the slingshot here. Fortunately, that's not really a problem. The corners of those platforms don't have fire on them, and we can use that to jump right around them with some really snazzy parkour stuff. I just used the word snazzy, wow. Same concept here, jump slash does 2 damage, and then we do 4. Store 4 damage with that stick jump slash, and then do the 4 damage by actually stabbing it. Alright, so the second skip is actually pretty Monk-esque, or so it appears. It's actually fairly consistent. Oh, I'm gonna do that again. Alright. Nice. And we're over to the other side now. And we have explosives. Explosive bombs in under 40 minutes is actually a pretty good time, I'd say, for just anyone in general starting out running this game. We're going to do a little bit of bomb placement, manipulation sort of thing. The eyes actually do some weird things to the bomb timers, and so we can do that in order to fairly quickly get on the lip and blow both the eyes up. In addition, having the eye off camera makes it so that the bomb doesn't explode, or rather the bomb explodes and it just doesn't do anything. The eye just doesn't react to a bomb explosion if it's off camera, because this game has some pretty serious culling issues. Or rather, it completely forgets about a lot of things after they're off screen. So I'm going to do the strats here as if I had the Deku Shield equipped. This area is actually like the most tense part of the dungeon if you have Deku Shield, because you can't throw a nut. If you begin a push cycle, and then you realize the Keese is coming at you, you can't like cancel your push to throw a nut. Now fortunately this isn't an issue here because we have plenty of health, and like that would almost certainly have been a burnt shield. So you have to really listen and look for the shadows of the Keese in order to determine if they're coming. And you have to really do so early and in advance. Alright, King Dodongo. He's a really easy boss, and assuming that you do jump slash damage to him every time you try and attack him, you'll kill him. Or rather, Deku Stick jump slash damage. We just use that bomb flower there because, well, we might as well. Bomb count isn't really the tightest thing in this run. There's a ton of extra bomb drops we can grab everywhere, but it's good to just not have to waste a bomb when we really don't have to. So yeah, that's Dodongo's Cavern. That's this big bad boy beaten, and yeah. Now we come to another part where there's not a whole lot to say. So our next objective is to go over to the Zora area of the game and do that whole section where we clear out the infestation from Lord Jabu Jabu. This is completely glitchless, and this game doesn't have a no major glitches category. We just don't have anything like that. We have no major skips, but that's completely unrelated. Glitchless, go to the For the glitchless definition, go to the speedruns.com page. It's complicated. Oh yeah, this guy just told us, let's go to the Magic Fairy Fountain. That's right, I forgot about that. I completely forgot. We're gonna go there, right? We're gonna go there, right? We're gonna go see the sexy fairy and we're gonna go get a magic power. Something to do with swords. I don't know. We're gonna go there right now, as a child. Definitely age appropriate. It's not faster to go there right now, and we don't need in magic at all as a child. Yeah, Glitchless has two categories. Neither of them are called no major glitches. We have Glitchless, which is this, and talking to a door %. We have Glitchless Glitchless Unrestricted, which is a less strict rule set that has. It's a less strict rule set that is essentially what Glitchless was before the summer of 2017. Yeah, thanks for the link. Oh yeah, this owl coming up here. There's some bombs right behind this owl that we have to blow up. And as a result, it would be nice if we could just throw a bomb so that they blow up the rocks that are right behind the owl as the owl actually flies away. Fortunately, we can do that. Unfortunately, it's precise as heck. Here's my setup for it. It kind of works and it's kind of slow, but it's a little bit faster than not doing that, I think. Because for whatever reason, these rocks in particular, I don't believe other rocks in the game work like this, but these rocks in particular, the bomb has to be within like 9 units of the rock. And you heard it blow up. It blew up. The bomb has to be within like 9 units of the rock for the rock to actually blow up. And Tyler, we're going to take this cucko, Hen Solo. He's going to be our tour guide up this river expedition. Though unlike most tour guides up a river expedition, he does not like getting wet. Bit strange, I don't know why he chose this job. What? I don't know, that happens sometimes. I should figure out why. So yeah, Zelda's Lullaby is slow, and this cucko is in our company, so let's just use him. And now we're behind the waterfall. That waterfall really just does go in front of the loading zone and not, like, through it, so there is a way to just go behind it by just going behind it. And with the cucko's ability to fly, or kind of floatish, sorta, it's good enough for what we need. So hopefully I get like a 2 or 3 dive right here. That being the amount of times it takes for me to press A to dive to get rupees, and this might be okay. I don't actually know if that... That does not look good. No, I didn't get a 0th dive rupee. This is not looking particularly lucky, but it doesn't really matter too much. Oh nice, I got a double. So it'll be a 4 dive, which isn't the worst thing in the world. You can usually make at least a 4 dive. 3 or 2 are less likely. So those pots will always have sticks and nuts in them. Actually, most pots in this game will always have the same drops. I actually don't know of any pots that have some kind of random drop table. I don't believe that any pot like that exists in the game, despite people seeming to believe so. Yeah, pots are always consistent in this game. So yeah, we get the dive deeper scale, and now we can dive deeper with the silver scale. As a result, we can get to this place, like Hylia, where somehow a letter washed out from Jabu. I don't know how it got here, but it's here. So we're gonna get it. Oh yeah, mashing B in water makes you swim faster. 99% of the Ocarina of Time player base probably doesn't know that, and yet it's like just the butt. It's really weird. There's like one gossip stone in the game that tells you that mashing B in water makes you swim faster. And there is no other indication at all that such a thing exists. Oh yeah, if you know what's coming up, then you know what's coming up, and you can put emotes in chat appropriate to what is coming up. Water Temple's actually a really interesting dungeon in Glitchless. So now we're gonna get a fish. Alright, so yeah, there are ways to enter Jabu without needing a fish, but you can't do them in any of them in Glitchless Restricted. Unrestricted, you can do one of the ways, but this is not unrestricted. In particular, there's a bit of... Wait, is that close enough? I think it's close enough. Maybe? Yeah, that's fine. I was a little bit concerned that was just barely outside the trigger to be able to drop the fish, because I actually got that. I actually had it outside the trigger to drop the fish once in a practice run I was doing. That was actually very close to what I just got, but fortunately it worked. Anyway, there's a way to enter Jabu by quote-unquote exploiting an unintentionally placed loading zone. I'm gonna focus for this thing real quick. Nice. We don't have slingshot. Oh yeah, I kind of gloss over the fact that we just didn't get the slingshot. If you kind of remember from Decker Tree, we just never got that thing. It's pretty useless. You can beat Goma without it, you can beat all the bosses without it, there's no puzzle that requires it, thanks to the fact that we can skip those puzzles into Dongo's Cavern, and the fact that we can use a bomb for that switch there. But that's like those are like the only difficult things. Everything after you can just use the boomerang for if you really need to. So yeah, there's this fish who's in Jabu, and we need to escort her all the way around. Despite being a fish, she will drown if put in water, making the water-based puzzles in here even more annoying to have to deal with. Nope, that is a bubble. That is not a bubble, actually. Those enemies are not called bubbles, despite there being enemies in this game called bubbles that look nothing like bubbles. Uh-oh. Yeah, those bubble-like enemies are called bombs, and the skull-like enemies are called bubbles. Will this guy have this guy has a 1/16th chance to drop bombs. Will he drop bombs? He did not drop bombs. I got him to drop bombs on a run recently, but I failed to pick the bombs up. Yeah, guys, stay hydrated. Or else this'll happen to you. You see what's happened to Jabu Jabu? If you don't stay hydrated, this'll happen to you. You don't want this to happen to you. Oh yeah, Rudo can kind of kill things, so he's gonna do that. Wait, what? Sure. Those bombs were supposed to kill those guys, but I really do need to practice the strat in this room for killing the guys with bombs. It's a pretty specific movement you have to do in order to actually do so. Or at least do so consistently and reliably. So yeah, because we have an object in our hands, yes, I did just call Rudo an object. First of all, we can throw it on switches like that. That's actually a really consistent throw. Second of all, we can't roll because pressing the A button does not make us roll. And also, how the heck would we roll with something like that in our hands? Just think about it. As a result, doing backwalks and side hopping, well, we can't side hop as well, so doing backwalking is a lot faster than if we were to just walk normally, even for shorter distances. No, I hit the guy. I didn't mean to hit the guy, but I did. Nice. These tentacles are really annoying enemies, just because the boomerang can go in all sorts of weird directions when you're trying to hit them. And just in general, this back section is just some pretty awkward movement that you have to do. In particular, this back room, we're going to target twice in order to switch our target from the jellyfish enemy. I can't remember what those are called off the top of my head right now. Why didn't he make a sound? I don't know. No, please don't open the door. Okay, wow. The camera's behaving weird today, the audio's behaving weird today, and Rudo's behaving weird today. You can't open the very edges of the doors, but that's only the case on version 1.2 of the game. You can open the very edges of the doors on version 1.0. And I don't know about 1.1, but Wii Virtual Console is 1.2, and that's objectively the fastest version, so we use it nonetheless. Plus, 1.0 has some other weird oddities that make it not worth using. So remember when we did a deck-stick jump slash back there? Of course that has a purpose. Why else would I do it? Just randomly, out of the blue. Because Big Daka right here is really weak. He has 4 health. And you might have remembered this boss being extremely annoying to deal with because he runs all over the place and he always seems to go in the opposite direction. And it always seems to be like a chase in order to chase him down. But you can just do this. It's like, the fight's a joke if you know what to do. And even if you don't do exactly this, the fight's still a joke if you know what to do. It's just very hard to tell what to do. So you can just roll into Big Octo like this right here, and if you do this at the very beginning of the fight, he'll just roll right past you, right into stabbing range, where you can stab him. And he's dead because he has 4 health. 4 damage is the amount that you do from one deck-stick jump slash. In fact, this room is like 5 times as hard as that guy. No, I just got a glitch. I did a glitch by accident. Someone banned me. I have violated the only rule of this entire marathon, that there are to be no glitches, and I just did a glitch. Whatever, I'll explain that in a bit, but right now I have hard things that are all not glitches, and I just did that like 1 frame early. There we go, that's what I meant to do. Nice. Alright, so what happened back there was if you know glitch runs this game, you know kind of how to get to Shadow Temple early with a hookshot jump bonk method. You bonk into a wall with your hookshot out, then you mash hookshot, and that lets you do a hookshot jump. I got the same exact bonk into a wall and then mash hookshot kind of stuck state, except I just pushed. I had the boomerang in my hand and I was targeting and I hit boomerang as I was recovering from getting hit, which is sort of the same thing. Which is weird and I don't know why it works, but what can you do about it sometimes, other than not do that? You can always just not do that. Alright, Baronade's complicated and hard, and I'll explain the whole fight afterwards. Or maybe I'll explain it during the fight. You can hit the 3 things right now, and then stun the body right now, and get it. Nice. No, please stun. Thank you. Alright. Rolling into Baronade makes it think that it damaged you and therefore it comes out faster. But you have real invincibility except for that time where I did get damaged anyway, but it doesn't really matter because I'm about to grab a heart container. What was that? It doesn't matter. I killed it anyway. Alright, so yeah, rolling into Baronade on that 3rd phase makes it come out of the ground because it thinks it attacked you, and it does that after it hits you once. But it's nice and it doesn't want to keep killing you. Stick. I know the marathon's PG-13. It's just a Deku stick. There is nothing more. Yeah, in the Glitchless community in general, because OOT is such a glitchy game, and you can just sometimes get, like, ISG, for example, by complete accident. We in general have a rule saying, I don't know if it's more of an informal agreement or just a rule, but if you don't save time from a glitch, it's okay if you do it by accident. Alright, after that scare from the Serious song reset, where I almost didn't save, I'm going to be taking my saves a lot more slowly. That was extremely scary before at Serious song, and you will never know how scary that is until you accidentally get something like that. But yeah, we just save warped there. As I explained before, you return back to Link's house if you just save and reset the game out of a dungeon. And Link's house just happens to be closer than any of the places at Zora's River. It's like Link's house, and the fastest thing if you weren't allowed to save warp for whatever reason is to take the owl from Lake Hylia after taking the warp from Zora's River. And quite ironically, the direct path is the slowest. I don't know if that's irony, but it's something weird. Alright, there. I was a little concerned I was a bit far to the right, but that's the trigger for this cutscene's pretty big, and you're most likely not gonna miss it, assuming you're like within about pretty close to where it is. The map in this game is okay, usually, and you can use it to determine a lot of things, like where you are, for example. Though it is worth noting that all the maps in this game are completely hand-drawn, so they're not like a representation of the game, of the collision of the map, of the collision of the area. It's just a hand-drawn picture saved in the game somewhere. I mean, hand-drawn is the fact that it's been drawn as opposed to generated by something. I guess manually drawn is a better word. Oh. Actually, this is my best Child Dungeons time, I think. Wait, is this gonna work? It didn't work. Whatever. We'll just do the full dive. Doesn't matter. I don't even know if getting stuck at... I don't know if getting stuck like that is even considered a glitch, but it's only used for glitching. Like, I don't know. We don't really have a ruling on that particular thing, but any uses of that, which are pretty much just hookshot jumping, are definitely considered glitches. And so, a sight you'll see very rarely in Ocarina of Time speedrunning, except for glitchless and no source requirement, the door of time is opened. So yes, quite poetically, the one thing that the arguably most and least glitchy categories in Ocarina of Time share is them opening up this door. Despite almost every other category not. Yeah, I was surprised too when I found this out. Obviously there's a gap on the left. What else are you supposed to do? Alright, so the adult route is going to be fairly standard, except most people typically just go and grab Hookshot and then go right to Forest Temple. That's not fast. Forest Temple is... Or in particular, we want to get Magic and Ferora's Wind before we do that, because Forest Temple is a labyrinth of a dungeon that we have to backtrack a lot of... Like, we have to do a lot of backtracking in it, and in general, having the ability to teleport is pretty good. Oh yeah, we get Ferora's Wind in this run. It's one of the most useful spells in the game. Or Ferora's Wind is honestly the most useful spell in the game if Din's Fire weren't required to beat the game, of course. So, I mean, Din's Fire is arguably more required to beat the game Glitchless, so I guess that's more useful. But Ferora's Wind is still extremely helpful. And I don't even mean the fact that you have to use Din's Fire to open Shadow Temple. You can use fire arrows. You can use fire arrows for that. I mean the fact that in Shadow Temple, the only way to get the boss key without glitching is to use Din's Fire. Fire arrows will not melt the wooden things that are trying to crush you. Or, I guess, burn them. But fire arrows just completely do not do anything to those things for whatever reason. And that's the only barrier between being able to not get Din's Fire and, well, the run, I guess. Though it probably would be faster to get Din's Fire in cases like Child Spirit. Actually, no, it probably wouldn't be, unless you were... Actually, no, it probably would still be faster to skip Din's Fire and get fire arrows instead, if it were possible to do so. Except, you'd have to do something very difficult in Child Spirit in order to make it faster. Probably more difficult, probably the most difficult thing in the whole run. Or at least it would be if you could skip Din's Fire. So I'm kind of glad that you can't. Plus opening fire. Oh yeah, then you had the actual time it would take to open up Shadow Temple with fire arrows, which actually is non-trivial at all. Or is not trivial at all. So that was a whole pointless hypothetical rant. Now we have a sword that does the damage of a Deku Stick. Except it doesn't break. As you can see, I've run out of things to say. Actually, I'm not that would have worked, but it's a good thing I turned around because that was not likely to work. Because falling in the river there is not good, but you should never have to do that because the bridge is pretty big. And it's really easy to tell if you're going to make it over or not before you start backwalking. Usually, at least. Anyway, welcome to Kakariko Village, again. This time we're going to the graveyard. We're going over to the graveyard because we have an old friend over here that we've never met before, but we still want to race anyway. His name is Damp Carl. "7 years ago, he met an unfortunate end, and he seems to be residing somehow in this grave right here. He's a bit of a speedster, and wants to challenge us to a race for an absolutely fabulous prize. Yeah, turn right here. Ow. Bonk. Wow, that was close. Actually, that probably wouldn't have been fine if I got hit there, but if you get hit, if you walk through a loading zone and then get hit, or I guess walk through a door transition, whatever you call those things. If you get hit and then you immediately, or if you get hit so that you're on the other side, you void out and have to restart the whole race over again. Speaking of voiding out and having to restart the whole race over again, or minus the having to restart the whole race over again part, but just voiding out in general, that's what we're going to do as soon as we grab the hook shot right here. And I was talking a little bit about pausing the game and menuing before. This is easily the worst opportunity, or the worst menuing sequence you have to do in the entire run. I messed it up there, which is okay because it's actually pretty tricky. But yeah, because of the weird ways that OOT in particular navigates the item menu, sometimes it can be very difficult, and actually sometimes it's completely impossible to access certain items on the pause menu, just because of where they're located. Which, fortunately, doesn't pose a problem for Glitchless, but it's close to posing a problem for Glitchless right there, because, well, I mean, you have to take a very long detour in order to get to the item we want to grab. Though, I mean, it wouldn't be a problem because Ocarina is on the same row. So if we get to the Ocarina, then we can get to the hook shot. Anyway, we're going up here because we want to meet our friend Damp Carl the Goron. See, there's more than just a gravekeeper named Damp Carl. The name is spread all over. And he speaks for a while, and he has a bit of a dialogue tree that we have to navigate through properly. And considering OOT's somewhat clunky dialogue mechanics, it's a bit difficult to do so. Despite the only thing we have to do is hit down once. It's still difficult. And it still trips up everyone who tries to do this section quickly. So yeah, that's the first one. You have to hit the first option. And you hit the second option. If you don't do that, he's like... he cries. He's like, I'm crying. Talk to me differently. I don't know. And so we get a red shirt that lets us not die in fire. Except, you might be thinking, why are we getting the red tunic? Because I can just get good at the game instead. And it's not a problem of me having to get good at the game, it's just the fact that there is no other way to access this area. Like, this statue, and pulling the statue and going behind here is the only way to get to Fire Temple in Glitchless. Though Glitchless for unrestricted, though the only thing you have to do in order to not have to do this is allow damage boosting, I should say. Because there's a way to, by going where the magic fountain is, to come here anyway. You can damage boost by a rock, but there's just no way to cross that gap without doing a damage boost, so we are stuck with having to grab the Goron tunic. There is just no way around it. She's gone. Maybe she jumped in the lava. Maybe we should do that too. And this is the area. You can go down that, but you can't go up that way without a damage boost. And yeah, we waited until adult to grab this fairy fountain because we just so happen to be in this general area. And there's not really anything we need magic for as a child, so there's no reason not to. It's just fast. That's why we do it. Typically in speedruns you do things because they're fast. This is no exception. You see why I wanted commentators for this? I mean, no one's able to make this time slot, which is fine, but it would have been nice if... So our next destination in general is Ice Cavern. Might seem a bit weird to go there quite so early, but it just works out in the route so that it's a good way that we pretty much want to do so right now. Primarily because Furor's Wind is right there. And Furor's Wind is the spell that I said that we want to get before we go to do Forest Temple. Yeah, I mean, I know I said this, I know this was a PG-13 stream, but I'm gonna, I don't know. The game was rated K to A, I think, so, we should be fine. I don't know what the ESRB was thinking. Also, the reason that we couldn't go and grab this fairy fountain any earlier is because in order to get any of the fairy fountains, you have to have first gotten magic. You just are not allowed to enter any fairy fountain until then. Or, I mean, you can enter them, but you can't. You can enter them, you can play the song, you can do everything up until actually getting the thing, but the game's like, you played a song. And then it doesn't do anything. This Octorok's a little bit annoying, but we can avoid its shots pretty easily. Oh yeah, reminder, mash B to swim fast. So Ice Cavern is one of the coolest places in a glitchless run, pun sort of intended, but it's true nonetheless. Okay. So we've got some silver rupee puzzles, but the silver rupee puzzle directly after this one is probably the most enthralling. I don't know. It's probably like one of the most questionable, but also most clutch and I don't know what words to say. Something is pretty cool without saying it's cool. I forgot to equip. And now these ice keys are punishing me for it. Please. Alright, wow, I didn't get that. It's a bit of a weird thing you could do there where you jump off one ledge and grab a different ledge. But I didn't. Alright, so here's the hard part that I might fail. That is kind of difficult to do, and so I kind of expect to not do perfectly, which is okay because it is pretty hard. We're going to be doing a lot of jumps off ice, just generally abusing the slippery nature of ice, and showing that ice physics aren't necessarily the worst thing in all of video gaming. Rather, ice keys are. So we do that, and all this is to avoid, also here's something I explained earlier, jump slashing into the side of this is considered interacting through a wall. We have to do that multiple times in the game, and so we allow it there as well. Alright, I messed that one up. There we go. Nice. Come on, come on. What? Okay, the keys that there actually didn't cause that to fail at all, except now it is. You see what I say about ice keys? Or just keys in general in this case? Anyway, yeah, that's a pretty cool jump that lets you skip pushing the blocks completely. No, please, please. Thank you. I was supposed to stun that guy. I didn't. It didn't work. What? No. I think that's the first song fail in the run. Which is kind of impressive that I made it this far, because there's a lot of songs that you have to play, and doing so is actually quite difficult. Or rather, playing songs quickly is difficult. Playing the songs at all is very, very easy. Alright, so we're doing Fire Temple first because, well, there's no reason not to. In addition, we just have to Bolero to get out of there anyway, because we don't have everything we need to do Water Temple, and so the next dungeon we're going to do is Fire, because we're just right here anyway. The bow is not useful at all on Fire. It could be argued to be useful on Volvagia, but we have faster strats that don't use the bow. And the only use of the bow is a single eye switch in the dungeon that only leads to the map chest, and can't be used for any other kinds of skips. No. Okay, wow. Oh yeah, you don't have to talk to any of the Gorons here. They'll be fine on their own. In fact, if you reload any of the rooms after you open the, whatever the jail cells are, they're just not there, so they obviously made it out on their own, right? Also, that was not intended at all. I actually don't know why that happens. I've actually never seen that before. I mean, of course, that happens because I fall directly into the fire and therefore get damaged by it. But why did it happen there? And never any other time I've gone through that room in pretty much the same fashion, despite that platform not being random at all. It's... I don't know. Fire Temple is just a pretty linear dungeon that we just need to go from bottom to the top in order to grab, and grabbing a ton of keys and freeing a ton of Gorons on the way. Though there is going to be one little skip we're going to do here. It's a very small puzzle skip, not like any major skip that we're going to do in this room. And yeah, I don't know. We're going to be doing something where we just jump off a platform and then try and grab a ledge that's right next to it. I don't know. You'll see what I'm trying to talk about. We get to the very edge right here, aim a little bit to the right, and roll forwards and fail. There we go, there we go. So yeah, we roll off the ledge right there by angling very slightly off of it, and then angle ourselves in midair so that we end up grabbing the block anyway. Just hold up right in midair, essentially. And that just lets you skip a small puzzle where you push a block off and can access the that higher ledge a little bit of a different way. So here we're going to be skipping a key. Or rather, we're just not going to get one of the keys right here. Normally you're supposed to go to the right here and grab a key by freeing a Goron, but we're not going to. We have better things to do than to free innocent and helpless and trapped Gorons. Yeah, we can dive with Ferora's Wind by setting it as the floor just stops existing below us, and that lets us clear the time that it takes for us to fall down while also spending the animation of us setting Ferora's Wind, and we can return back. Ferora's Wind sets its point to the last door that you ever entered, assuming you do so within a dungeon. I mean, you can only set Ferora's Wind in a dungeon normally, so that's kind of a given, I guess. But it will set its point at the last door you entered. Well, I guess last door that transitions to a room. Something like that. Alright, so here, there's fire. We don't care. We just roll right through it. We just kind of roll at the corner of the firewall right there, and we can just get through before the fire happens to raise up. And as a result, we don't need the key that we normally need to do, that we normally need to get to avoid doing that. Here's Flare Dancer. Flare Dancer has some weird damage tables, but doing Master Sword Jump Slash will just end each phase in one hit. As in, for whatever reason, like, a Master Sword Slash will do a fourth of the damage of a Master Sword Jump Slash for whatever reason. Bye-bye, bombs. We don't need you. I mean, you would be useful, but it's faster to take this up. And now we're going to grab the hammer in this somewhat tense thingy that we're going to go around. Maze? I don't know what you call it. It's not a maze, it's just like a circle. It's like an octagon. We're gonna go around it. Up to the hammer chest. And normally you're supposed to go down this one hole, but we're not going to. We're just going to go down the center here. Which is exactly the same place that you would happen to go if you happened to go down the intended way. And we open that up. Turns out you don't really need to move that Song of Time block to hit the switch in it. And use save warp right here to get back to the beginning of the dungeon. We already used Furrow's Wind, so we couldn't set Furrow's Wind at the beginning. But a save warp works pretty much the same. Though normally you death warp in the fastest route, but I've been having trouble getting enough health, getting my health to work properly so that I can death warp properly, so I'm not going to. Death warping would be around 10 seconds faster though, but if I can't do it, then it's probably not faster. For me, at least. So this room, we can lure the enemies and just kill them all really quickly. In addition, I do need to fill up my magic. I think that's all of them. Wow, that was quick. That was a good room. So you can stab the center platform with the hammer, or just hit the hammer on the ground anywhere, and that will cause him to get stunned. However, what's nice about stabbing is that you don't need to have a hammer jump slash stored in order to do so. If I were to do a hammer jump slash on this guy, it would do 1/4 damage for whatever reason. How did I get hit there? I know, I ran right into him, that's how, but how did I run right into him? I don't know. So yeah, you might remember normally you're supposed to knock down a giant pillar that will put a giant pillar into the... Like, you'll knock down a giant pillar from the top section to the bottom section, but you don't have to. You don't have to do that. You can just jump. You can just make it with a normal jump. I'll show you. It's not a glitch, though it does abuse some kind of weird interactivity between Link and certain targetable walls. So it's weird, but we're just grabbing a ledge. It's not a glitch, I swear, we're just grabbing a ledge. Alright, so it's this thing right here. The pillar is not down in here, but we can do a fairly precise jump by lining up here, turning right, and just jumping from the very far back, from all the way back, and we can just jump to the door. Alright, Volvagia has 2 hitboxes. If you don't know how this fight works, it's fairly unintuitive. we're going to put bombs on the floor, and it's going to damage Volvagia, and as a result, we're going to be able to finish this fight in one cycle, assuming everything goes well. Volvagia is going to fly around in this cutscene right here a little bit, and go into the hole right in front of me. And that hitbox, this flying version of Volvagia is the same one that flies around the room, but is different from the one that plays whack-a-mole. And so it's going to go down into the hole right in front of me, and its hitbox is still active and is vulnerable to bombs, which I can use to damage it. So if I put enough bombs to damage it there, while also manipulating its health properly, I can kill it in one cycle. Nice. I'm going to focus this a little bit. Nice. I got lucky. That should work as well. Nice. Alright, perfect Volvagia. Alright, now I can say it's a perfect Volvagia. So, you need to do 7 total bombs of damage there, and the best way to do that by far is doing 1 and then 3 and then 3. But you do have to do them with a particular timing so that you don't get a fly cycle. That's the whole thing. We're trying to avoid Volvagia flying at all, because that's slow. So yeah, that was a pretty good fire temple, I think. I'm like a minute and 30 seconds ahead of my PB, which isn't a good PB, but it just happens to be the run that was the best that I've done. So, oh yeah, we're gonna trigger Navi here, and we're gonna hit, and this is a bit of a wrong warp, and we wrong warp right to the fire temple ending cutscene. A bit anticlimactic, I know. So after this dungeon, our next goal is Forest Temple. We're just going to run back over to where Forest Temple is, grab the song, because it's in our way. We don't play the song ever, it's just in our way. It's the only thing we grab because there's just no way to avoid grabbing it. It's just in the way. Yeah, it's almost like you can make up a speedrun continuity of all the weird things that you happen to do in Glitchless, and yet it just somehow kind of fits with the normal game. Like with that cutscene playing instead of whatever the normal one is supposed to be. It's no different at all, I'm joshing. Alright, so we're off to Forest Temple. Fastest way there is through Lost Woods. The only way there is through Lost Woods. But the fastest way to Lost Woods is obviously through Goron City. Wait, alright, there. No. Oh yeah, I said we're only playing Saria's song once, and we already played it once. We're not going to play it again. This guy wants us to play Saria's song. He's out of luck today. Because we can just... Really? There we go. We can just backflip over him. Oh yeah, remember that jump we did in Fire Temple? We're gonna do a similar one here. Get into position and fail. There we go. I don't know why that didn't work, but it didn't work. Anyway, that just lets us skip the whole maze, which is pretty neat. While I don't have much to talk about, I can probably talk about how, I don't know, recently the events surrounding how I was doing the run of the marathon are a bit strange. I don't know. One sec. I signed up for the marathon, and then I found out that I was going to have my wisdom teeth taken out on August 21st, which was like 5 days ago. I'm still recovering from that right now, and actually, it's because of that I have the latest possible schedule, because I didn't know what to expect from recovery, so I just said, give me whatever is latest. I would have been fine a few days ago, actually, and now I realize that, because I was fine. But, yeah. Welcome to Forest Temple, where we fall through a floor. Alright, so Forest Temple, we're going to... Why is that not... Alright, sure. We have the first key we're going to grab up here. You can jump to it, but I'm going to hook shot over to it because sometimes you just don't jump when you jump off of here. I don't know why, it just sometimes doesn't work. You just sometimes fall. You don't jump. I mean, it's something definitely to do with the weird collision of the trees, but why exactly that's the case, I don't know. So the four Poe sisters will steal the flames from the center room, and we have to go out and grab all of them. That's the whole main goal of the dungeon, and there is no way to really skip that in Glitchless. Though you can skip that in Unrestricted. Turns out the only thing you actually need to do is activate the center pillar once at all, and then it's usable again. So you can do a thing in Unrestricted that lets you do that, though it's the hardest trick in the category and it's almost unbufferable. It's like, at least it's like something like 10 frame perfect things, a lot of which cannot be buffered. Oh yeah, so we're going this way first. Normally if you knew what you were doing, you would not go this way, because you need like 3 keys to continue. But we're gonna say like, no, we don't need 3 keys to continue. Actually, we do need 3 keys to continue, but we're gonna get those keys. Don't worry. I have a plan. Yeah, no, this is the best way to clear out this room, to push the blocks. It's a bit counterintuitive, but it just means that we're able to, I don't know, it just works. It's fast. Alright, so we're gonna set Furrow's Wind here, because we're gonna return back to this room. But after that, we're doing a jump down to an alcove that you're supposed to normally come into this room from as a way to backtrack. But we're just gonna go the wrong way. We're just gonna go the wrong way, and it's pretty simple. So the jump itself that we're gonna be doing is pretty precise. You need a pretty precise setup for... Oh, I thought I was a little late on the jump slash there, but it still worked because that setup is actually not that hard at all. And this key is like the last key you're supposed to get in the whole dungeon, but we're gonna get it now just because it's right here. And as a result, we're just not going to get the Stalfos key. Or not for now, at least. Chest, please. And that's going to make the bow key, the bow room at least, a little weird. And that actually helps us out quite a bit with actually getting the Stalfos key. It's a bit of an interesting route that definitely was never intended, but it just works. Oh yeah, here's the map. We don't need a map. I think I know where I'm going. I think that's good. Yeah. What am I doing? I don't need to aim. I can just shoot. There we go. And nuts. Deca nuts are very valuable to us in this dungeon, but they're not actually that valuable so that we would have to go out of our way to collect them like that, sort of. But I just do that because I don't really know how to properly use Deca nuts efficiently. Anyway, also you might remember from older glitchless runs that you didn't clear the water out from there. That was from the unrestricted. That is still allowed in the unrestricted rule set, where you can just hookshot the chest down there with iron boots on, and you're able to just open it afterwards because of some weird oversight with how being underwater works. And as a result, you're just able to open a chest that's underwater, despite you never having been able to do so, or not being supposed to be able to do so. So we're gonna hit this Navi text. It's actually faster to hit that Navi text than to try and go around it, because you can go around it, because it doesn't cover the whole hallway, but it's just not faster to do so. All right, so this room, we didn't get the Stalfos key, and it's right below there, but the game does actually check for the Stalfos key having gotten before you can get the bow key. Well, the bow, that is. I keep calling it the bow key. I don't know why. Please. So as a result, we're able to set Furrow's Wind and just return back up. And that's how we get out of and into this room. Pretty quick. We're also able to use a strat right here in order to stun this guy very quickly. Just immediately roll and nut. And if you nut these guys immediately, they also get stunned. No, please, turn around. That was scary, and it shouldn't have been. So now that we can actually deal with the 4 Post Sisters, we're gonna go deal with the 4 Post Sisters. They'll always try and spawn in the farthest painting away from you, so by making sure that the 2 farthest paintings away from me are both within my sight by standing right next to this one, I can hit them no matter where they try and go. Also, Deca nuts make them visible again. Please. Anyway, another reason that the route we did back there is faster is because we can set for... Oh, actually, no. Actually, this is sort of a separate thing, but we can set Furrow's Wind in the bow room, meaning that we can just untwist that hallway and then go grab the boss key, and then just return to the bow room without having to retwist the hallway. I don't know, I've seen a lot of people just not pick up on the painting bit. Some people who are trying to learn how to speedrun this game. And it's okay, it's not the most obvious thing in the world, but you are right about that. Alright, so that chest is the compass, and we don't need the compass. It's like Forest Temple is the dungeon where the map and the compass are just like right in your way. And you have to watch chest spawning animations for both of them. I didn't do that properly. I should have just grabbed the platform. What was I thinking? I'm telling myself to grab the platform, and I don't. I don't know. You can make that jump slash if you do it properly. I'm just not doing it properly. And I recognize that I'm not doing it properly. Nope, didn't get the snipe. You can snipe that if you're really good at aiming. Wow. Okay, we're gonna hit it this time. Right? There we go, we hit it. Yeah, I know a rolling jump can make that, but I was like, why not? See, that one a jump slash makes. And I was trying to go for a ledge grab there, or at least I was thinking that I should go for a ledge grab, or at least I should have thought that I should go for a ledge grab, but I didn't. No, I was one short, whatever. So you can get on top of here by backflipping on the chest. There's just no ceiling there. So yeah, this is just a block puzzle. The pattern is set every time you start, but it randomizes if the timer runs out. Fortunately, the timer should not run out. Alright, sure. We're just gonna... What? This guy's taking like so much damage. Wow. I don't know. I don't know how to kill the green Poe effectively. Forest Temple's something I should work on. Spin. All right, Meg. Man, that was easy. Alright, this bottom room is pretty simple. Though you can... Alright, so it's pretty simple up to now, where we're actually going to just go up and then back down again in order to reset the layout of this room, which is a little bit faster than rotating it back to where its original state. It's like 2 to 3 seconds faster, I think, and this was also a relatively recent discovery. Alright, Phantom Ganon. Phantom Ganon is, I think, like, the hardest boss in this run. So with Phantom Ganon, the first phase is not hard at all. That's not what I'm talking about. The second phase, though, in order to do it quickly, you need to reflect his, he like shoots initial shots at you. You need to reflect them and hope they hit. That's a little bit random. It's not too bad, though. They usually hit, but sometimes they don't. But you then need to jump slash and do 2 crouch stabs on him pretty quickly, twice. And sometimes he just doesn't really let you. Though there is a way to do this in one cycle, it's even harder. Oh yeah, the bright one is the real one. Also the only one that makes noise. Oh, nice. Nope. That was weird, but it worked. No, this is not good. This is what you want to avoid, but it's not too bad. I just need to play tennis. There we go. All right. That was a long tennis game. Alright, so how Phantom Ganon works is I count the number of jump slash hits that you do, and you want to get 3 and then 3, or 4 and then 2. It's a bit hard to get 4, so 3-3 is usually what you do, but sometimes if you mess up the initial jump slash, if you don't do it as early as possible, then you just can't get 3 out even. Or if the first jump slash doesn't connect, then you can't get 3 total hits. So I mean, I beat Phantom Ganon, so that's fine. And it didn't take forever, so that's good. Alright, up next is Water Temple. Water Temple's fun. And I actually do mean that it's fun. Because we're going to be skipping a whole lot of stuff in Water Temple and just making it a really quick and relatively easy dungeon. I mean, okay, the tricks themselves are a little bit difficult. They're not even really difficult, they're just things you have to do. I have time to grab some hydration fluid right here. Alright, I'm back. Will I hit the ground? I got it. Alright. Depending on how your positioning is on the final side hop before you land in the water, depending on like exactly where you are when you land in the water, exactly how high above the water you are, it will, for whatever reason, like, depending on exactly how high you are above the water, will determine if you're able to use the hook shot as soon as you'll actually wait. There, I'm gonna wait a little bit. Also here, if you enter water and swim and hold a direction and hold Z, and then equip iron boots and continue to do so out of the pause menu, you can just swim with iron boots. Hello, Rito. Alright, so Water Temple has several skips. Unfortunately, you're not even able to skip talking to Rita right there with glitches. I mean, if you want to get over here, that is, you're able to beat the dungeon without getting over here, of course, but I guess reverse long shot could be considered a way to do that. Well, anyway, we're about to do a thing. We're gonna grab the key that's directly below us right now. You're normally supposed to set the water level to 2 in order to do that, but we're just not going to. I'll explain after. Alright, so I hit Z, and I held Z, and I paused the game. That let me buffer a side hop out, but also buffer releasing Z. So that means that I'm doing a side hop without being in the targeted state. And you're able to target a wall that you pass right in front of in that state. Oh, well, that worked. And if you do so, all of your momentum is shifted towards that wall. And so I targeted the wall right in front of me as I fell down. And I got shifted towards the wall, and I meant to do a spin attack the first attack. That would have killed that guy. No. There we go. And now we just returned Fero's Wind back here. And now we're going to go to the third water level changer. No. Here we go. You can precisely shoot to this hook shot target, and then... Oh, that was... How did that work? Alright, that should not have worked, but it did. I really shouldn't have YOLO'd that setup like I did, but, whatever. we're here now, and... Alright, so by doing that jump, you can also get over here. I know it looks like Link jumps kind of glitches out, but yeah, you know what, it's okay, alright guys? It's fine. Basically, we allow that because you can just grab the ledge if you do it much farther to the left, but that's pretty precise and difficult, and so we don't require you to do so, because that's like the only time in the game where that kind of thing happens, so it's kind of stupid. And so, like, there's not really a verdict to put on it, because there's not any other case where we can tell whether that kind of thing was intentional. I am missing these hook shots like crazy today. Anyway, as a result, we're just able to get here, or in particular, get to the third water level changer without having to use a key, which means that we still have 2 keys to open this door and the previous one. Come on, alright. That's a little skip we can do there. That's nothing major. No! That wasn't even necessary. I just did that to try and... No. Alright. We're just not gonna do that. No, please. Alright, Dark Link is coming up. Dark Link is not hard. Also, I should mention that I've been keeping track of my magic this entire time. I'll talk after Dark Link. No. Spawn. There you are. This is actually kind of long. This is... Alright, good. Good, that was actually close. Usually I don't take that much damage, but for some reason you just take damage to Dark Link sometimes. If you... I don't know. I don't really know why. I don't really know how to not take damage, though. There's definitely a way to not do that, but... Fortunately, there's some hearts here that I'm gonna grab. Assuming, of course, that I don't fall in the vortices. I'm gonna skip that one. And just grab that one. Alright, that's fine. I have enough health, I'm fine. And as a result of not having gotten all that many keys before, we still have the dragon head key to get right here. And so we can just shoot this from all the way up here. No. No. There we go. That was hard. And because we're so high up, we just have enough momentum to side hop down and land in the water and have so much downwards momentum that we just go underneath the little ledge that we have to go under. That skips equipping Iron Boots, which is very nice. I thought for a second I forgot to set Furrow's Wind. That's like the worst place to forget to set Furrow's Wind as well. In Water Temple, at least. So more swimming with Iron Boots as we go down here. Again, you just... Am I gonna make it? I'll be fine. I'll just prematurely unequip Iron Boots to be sure. There's fairies up ahead and I'm gonna grab one just to be sure that I'm fine. So everything's perfectly okay right now. No matter how dire it may appear to be at first. because we can skip this whole back section by just jumping over here. And you can also skip Iron Boots, little Iron Boots equipped there by jumping down, climbing up so you get enough downwards momentum to jump. And yeah, boss key. And we're basically done Water Temple. I choked a little on hydration fluid. I'm fine. There we go. And with this little back walk, we can get up here. You don't need to do that back walk, it's just A, swag, and B, fast. And it's like one of the few fast things that I know how to do in this game. And Morpha, if you know how to play this game, I would not be surprised if you already kind of know what I'm about to do to Morpha. At least have some general ideas to how to quickly kill Morpha. Because this thing is old. This thing... yeah. Now, what do you think? I'm gonna. This is pacifist water temple or something like that. The only thing I kill is me, dark me. I'm not gonna kill it. What do you think? I'm a monster. All right, so you can get this guy over here, slash, and fail miserably. Wow, that was bad. I suck at this game. Alright, there we go. Slash, jump slash, and... wow. Alright, whatever. It worked in the end, and I didn't lose too much time. I didn't need to mash there. What was I doing? So we're not grabbing fire arrows. We don't need them. Thanks. Thank you very much for stopping by. So yeah, right now we're off to the Gerudo section of the game. But Ace, don't you need lens? But yeah, if you are seriously considering if you're seriously asking how we're going to beat the game without fire arrows, without glitches, stay tuned to the end to find out, because most of the stuff that you have to do to kind of skip fire arrows is just in trials. And fortunately, I mean, it is actually a little bit unintuitive how you do it, but it's perfectly fine and doable. Some things seem like they require fire arrows at first, but nothing actually does. Though in Master Quest you actually do need fire arrows. There is no way to beat the game without fire arrows glitchless in Master Quest. Alright, so this next thing, it's completely and totally safe. Doesn't look like it, just trust me. They don't even see us. We're a ninja. I know what Link's saying. I know he's like going, yeah, over and over again, but he's still a ninja. They just don't hear him. Nope. Jump in the torch. Oh yeah, these guys get stuck. If you shoot right above the torch, then they will jump into the torch and end up getting stuck in the torch. It's a weird thing that happens and just makes it so it's really easy to kill them that way. There's not really much to say about this, though we're going to be doing some slick movement to get to the third guard. You're normally supposed to do a little bit of interior movement here, and then climb around the outside. Actually, just a little bit of interior movement, but you can just jump over here and then do this. And despite the fact that we're inside, these guards still have day-night dependent vision, just like the guards in Castle, like Hyrule Castle as Child. So, because it's daytime right now, and it will always be daytime right now in Glitchless because we just beat Water Temple and that sets time of day, we do have to go like all the way to the back wall there and shoot in order to make that consistent and safe. If you don't, you will get caught pretty consistently. Nice. 3 out of 4. And the last one's down here. Normally this is supposed to be the first one if you're doing a more casual route, but we don't care. It's actually better for this one because this one's right near the exit that we're just trying to go to. Nice gold. Actually, I should have practiced this hook shot right here a little bit. Where you just hook shot all the way to the top right here. That works, that's fine. This is a little weird. And I can actually soft block if I don't press A. Wow, I pressed A. So, by moving the camera to the right, you can delay the cutscene by a couple of frames, and that gives Link enough time to walk to and grab the ladder, and then you just climb off. You just hit A to let go of the ladder. If you don't let go of the ladder, you have the entire cutscene to let go of the ladder, but if you don't let go of the ladder, you just soft lock the game. You can't pause, you can't do anything. So it's important to, press the A button. And you just remember where to go in the wasteland. It's not hard. It's a little bit time consuming in order to figure out where to go, but we have YouTube tutorials for that. Easy. I'm gonna do a little camera thing here in order to be able to make sure that I don't target the levers. You can see up and then hit Z while in see up mode to not target the levers. Like you can see up, look up so that your camera is out of range of the levers, and then just hit Z. Welcome to Spirit Temple. As we grab our next warp song. We're pretty far from anywhere, though, that we want to be. Next thing we want to go to is actually doing Child Spirit, but we have to get back to Temple of Time, so we can save warp. Reminder that Damp Carl is quite awesome. Oh yeah, the first time you go here to try and go back in time after you've beaten Forest Temple, you learn Prelude, because you actually do have to beat Forest Temple to go back in time. Now that we have magic, we're also able to grab Din's Fire. So we're going to grab Din's Fire. No. This vine is really weird. It's very, like, the actual climbable area on that vine is very small, but with all vines in the game, if you try and climb on the very edges of where you're able to climb it, it just won't. You'll be able to climb 2 steps up, and then it'll kick you off. It's the weirdest thing, and it's like the game is intentionally trying to mess you up and troll you, and yeah. Now Child Link gets to see one of these fairies. No. There we go. Alright, Child Spirit. Child Spirit is actually pretty difficult. First, this text option, which is like the longest dialogue tree that you have to kind of actually navigate through. It's 3, 2, 1 are the best options to choose. If you choose anything but the third option for the first one, it kicks you out. If you choose the first option for the second one, it's just longer. Now but fortunately after that's done, you just mash. I actually am fine on bombs for the entire rest of the run now. You might think that you use a ton of explosives in all of Ocarina of Time because all the glitch categories rely on them for so much, but when you do Glitchless, you don't really use all that many. In particular, in the later halves of the later sections of the run, where you just stop using explosives because you just don't need them anymore. Though that is also supplemented by the fact that we get bomb chews, and after Spirit Temple, all the explosives we're using are bomb chews instead of bombs. Bonk. Nice, I got that. So I overlapped 2 cutscenes right there, or sort of. Causing, or at least, basically, I don't know. I threw one bomb at the switch and the other bomb at the sculpture on the wall, which blew up the rocks on the wall as well. Alright, so we're gonna light these 2 torches right here. Both of them, they're just right here next to each other. kill you, equip Deku's shield, and actually Ocarina, please. And then take you and light this third torch. There we go. Alright, so first we have, right here we have the first Iron Knuckle of the run. These guys are sort of hard because you can't get hit by them. I mean, I'll survive with 1/4 heart if I get hit by them now, but you don't want to get hit by them. Fortunately, it's not that hard to not get hit by them. Especially as Child Link, because you're so tiny. And we're done with all the child stuff now. Nope, we do got one last owl. We will. We'll save her in like 7 years. I mean, we'll kind of save her for like... We will save her in 7 years for a total of 30 seconds. Also, now that we're over kind of near-ish to Kakariko Village, we can go grab the Nocturne of Shadow right now. Oh, thanks, Beast. So now we've got the Nocturne of Shadow cutscene. It's worth noting that if you want to run Glitchless, this is your bathroom break. In fact, I'll be taking this bathroom break. After one text box, it's like a minute of nothing. I'm back. I actually didn't have my headphones on, and I looked at the screen I knew the screen cut to black at one point, but it was black for long enough that I thought it actually crashed. So we do Spirit before Shadow as adult, entirely because of how the equipment works, how equips work. Hover boots would not make Spirit any faster, and of course Mirror Shield is pretty useless in Shadow. No. Entirely because of the fact that if we do Shadow second, we're ending off with the same equips that we have to start Forest Trial off with. So that just means that we don't have to pause the game one more time and change our equips. That's always a good thing. This room I've got a pretty cool strat. It's probably not actually faster the way I do it just because I take so long to set it up. But it's probably faster for me because I suck at aiming. About there. Boink. You just go all the way over. There we go. This Flora's win here barely saves any time at all. It only saves time, in fact, if you are able to overlap this cutscene with the Armos hitting the switch cutscene. What? Tell me what happened. I don't understand. He normally stays on the switch for long enough to, you know, open the door. I was mashing A. There we go. Alright, Iron Knuckle number 2. This one actually poses a bit of a threat, because Adult Link is bigger and therefore it's a little bit harder to not take damage like that. I'm actually going to take this a little bit safe. See, everything's fine. Oh yeah, the green orb thing is just Furor's Wind. That's just the spell you get. That's just Furor's Wind. That's what the spell is. That's what it does. Alright, so you can do that in order to hit the switch there, and then hook shot up here. And get hit by a torch slug, of course. You got the boss key. Got that guy's magic. No, that's not gonna hit. Wait, what? Did that really? No, it didn't. Of course it didn't. I don't know why I don't know why I threw the bomb so far to the right there. Or too far to the left. And that's Spirit Temple, pretty much. And now she's dead. Nice, big slash. So Twin Rova's a very annoying boss. It's extremely random. I know a lot of casual people probably thought this was their favorite boss. No. I mean, it's a good boss casually, but no. I use the hookshot right here to make sure that this one right now is in a good location, so it's not going to move around because it's trying to deflect my... You see, I'm also bad at just aiming, so it's not entirely not my fault. That was a good aim as well. Like, that was... I got the good luck there as well, and I'm getting good luck here as well. And alright, good, it hit. Good, it actually hit her. Double. Nice double. What? It was on her. All right, that's okay. There we go. And generally you want to make sure that you're on, like, you're pretty far away from both of them so that your field of view, it will most likely encompass both of them. Unlike here where... Oh, wow, that was surprising. That worked. Somehow. And generally you want to make sure that you're in a point so that your field of view can encompass both of them pretty easily. Like, she's moving... Oh, she's going to move into range. Right there. And assuming that no extra cycle. No extra cycle. Yeah, sometimes they do, and that's what you hope for. They don't really try to avoid it at all. For Phase 2 Twin Rover, we try and do something similar. Yeah, for Phase 2 Twin Rover, we try and do something similar to the Phase 1 where we use the hookshot. I'm not going to do it this phase. I'm going to do it anyway. The idea is that using the hookshot makes her spin, and that makes her move on to the next one faster. And now that I'm right here, I can just wail on her until she's dead. You may go ahead and spam. Seven dungeons down, one left. The run is pretty quickly coming to a close, but there's still a surprising amount we have to do. And Shadow Temple is a very hard dungeon, I feel. A lot of people find it to be very difficult. Okay, it's not that difficult, but it's at the very end of the run, and it's got a lot of things that can kill you. And it doesn't have a lot of health drops, for example. I'm currently playing on Wii Virtual Console. Nope, please go around. Nope, please go around. God. Wow. I'm gonna do that. This will kind of work. There we go. It kind of worked. All right, so we don't have the Lens of Truth. That kind of spells a problem for us because the Truth Spinner requires us to know which head it is. Fortunately, we can just keep guessing until we get it right. And it can only be the back three, so it's not super bad. In addition, the probabilities of what they can be are a little bit skewed, so that the first one is 4/9, the second one is 2/9, and the third one is 3/9, in the order that I'm going to do them. So we get the 4/9 one out of the way first, so we have the most chance of getting first try, of course. Why are they like this? I don't know. No one knows. They just are. So it can never be the first one on the left or the right side. It can only be the second one to start off. It can only be the back three. So hopefully it's this one. Night, dang, that sucks. Hopefully it's this one. This is the 22% one. Nope, third try, of course. So I'm pretty sure this Decanet should hit all three. Nice, it did. Alright, this section of the run is what I like to call the gauntlet because it's hard and there's a lot of it. It's just very long and there's a lot of pretty difficult stuff you have to do. Like these jumps, which aren't difficult, but just... Alright, this next jump is hard. Oh, wow, nice, I got it. If you land on the left side there, you're fine. If you land on the right side of that thing that I'm landing on, you slip and fall and die. And just void out. Alright, this next thing is block skip. It's a bit of a precise skip I'm gonna do. Nice. So I backflip on top of that spike crusher while it's down using that setup. I basically hover boots on top of the chest and then use hover boots to just extend myself over to where the block crusher is. Here I'm going to use the long shot to kind of see where this platform is despite not having lens, because it moves left and right and there's no way I can tell where it is. So it's here now, and I can go. I could learn the platform timings, but I'm not consistent enough with movement to be able to consistently not fall into the void when I jump there. Here you just kind of remember where the hookshot targets are. If you successfully remember where the hookshot targets are, of course. And you also set Farore's Wind here, because the next room requires you to kill a bunch of enemies to return to this room, or you can just use Farore's Wind. Come on. Tune into Yes Glitches Allowed this April. Or next April. Oh, here's a hard thing. No, I did not get that. That's fine, I just have to equip Iron Boots. So you can roll through this room to not get stunned, because rolling makes you not able to get stunned or whatever. All right. That was a lot of hard stuff, and I was able to do most of it pretty well. So honestly, most of the dungeon has gone pretty well. Has really gone well. I'm very glad as to how this Shadow Temple went. So we can shoot this over here. Whatchamacallit? It's a bomb flower. First shot, wow, that's insane. The boat moves up and down, it's moving sideways as well, and those are pretty small targets, so that's really, really hard to shoot, and I usually get like It takes me a lot of shots to get those. It doesn't matter how many shots I take as long as I don't run out of arrows, because there's a ton of arrow drops I'm gonna grab to completely restore my arrows no matter how many I actually have. So it's fine, but wow, that was cool. Where? No. Where'd you go? Where are you? No, what? What are you doing? And where are you? This has never happened before. Okay. Alright, jump slash, reflect, jump, jump slash, spin attack, you 3. There's 1 remaining. There we go. That has never happened to me before. They all die, or usually I can at least track the one down that doesn't die. That's what the spin attack's supposed to do, kill them. Also kind of sucks because there's like no health remaining in the dungeon. There's this one bot, and that's it. Though I'm fine. I shouldn't need 3 hearts. Alright, remaining thing in Shadow is, like, the last thing in Shadow is Bongo Bongo. And Bongo Bongo is pretty hard. Actually, it's not that hard of a boss, but if you mess it up pretty bad. You don't want to mess up Bongo, but you sometimes do. In particular, you have the stun lock, where you just need to stab him 9 times in a row. The last 5 stabs of which are a 2-frame window. And as a result, I'm going to be using a metronome, and I'm going to be muting my mic until that's over. And he's dead. Alright, so what I did there, you can hold down right after gaining control to make sure Bongo goes to the forwards and left of you. That makes his hand right in front of you. And as soon as you land from the second bounce, you have an arrow drawn. So you can shoot his hand and then immediately turn left and shoot his other hand to stun him. I am going to grab the heart for safety. Hey, I didn't put that down there. I did not put down there that the Wii VC was around in 1998. In case that wasn't enough cutscenes for you, we've got 5 more minutes of them. Quick reminder to drink more hydration fluid. Let the hydration fluid control you. You can just long shot across the, you can just long shot to the box. Or, how can you got the desert boss? Do you mean getting to Twinrova, or what? Or do you just mean getting to Spirit Temple in general? Because you can cross the river of sand by just one. Whoops, that was my pop filter. There we go. It's back in place now. You don't need the hover boots for any of that. Like, what would you need the hover boots for? Oh yeah, that you just long shot. You can long shot the box on the other side. In fact, it's quite a bit faster to long shot to the box on the other side, simply because you don't have to equip and then unequip hover boots. Wait, why was the pedestal dark right there? Like the warp pedestal, it was really dark. I don't know why. I just noticed that. Has that always been the case? Weird. I don't know why that's a thing that's happened. Oh yeah, you just... Alright, Ganon's Tower. I have one thing to say, is that when I get down to ground level right here, I believe, I'm currently on the game's Y level 420. There we go. Alright, that was Forest Trial. We just used Tough Recruits and... Oh yeah, one of the things to skip fire arrows. We skip fire arrows completely, so we're gonna have to do some creative things in Trials in order to not need to use them. One of the things was shooting that last torch. Whatchamacallit, thingy. Torch, yeah, they are called torches. Shooting that last torch with an arrow lit through another torch's fire. Which is just generally something you're supposed to be able to do in this game, but... yeah. Water Trial. We're not done with Blue Fire yet. Okay, now we're done with Blue Fire. Go ask the OOT Discord. I have nothing else to say about that. Ooh, bomb drop. Actually, my last practice run, I got 2 bomb drops there, literally. That's a 1 in 256, and that's amazing. Or 1 in 64 with the flex drops that I think I had at the time. Bonk. Alright, water trial is done. Oh yeah, there's another interaction through walls right there, and I just completely skipped that whole ice moving puzzle. I don't even think about the things that I'm doing, but there's just so many skips. Despite it being glitchless, it is not skipless in any way, shape, or form, at all. Alright, Shadow Trial is kind of hard. In the fact that there's not really much floor, so we don't really... Like, yeah, there's not really a lot of floor, so we want to use all the floor we can. or something. So we can just barely. No, that was. Wow. All right, doesn't matter too much. We can just funny. All right, so we can shoot to here. We can get on the edge, and we can just barely hookshot the like. This time we actually hookshot the like, of course. We can roll across the gap here and just grab golden gauntlets. Yeah, and you don't need lens here to see what the platforms are if you just know where the platforms are. Fortunately, I know where the platforms are. Go Rescue is a animal shelter. I don't know much about them, but I'm pretty sure someone else is able to explain that in better detail than I can. I mean, I know what animal shelters are, but I don't know much about that one in particular. Unfortunately, I have had a lot of things to worry about this week, so I haven't been able to focus on the actual charity event. Anyway, fire trial. This guy will get in our way if we don't just take care of him now, so we can just make sure he doesn't get in our way by doing that. Also, it's very important that you want to equip key reboots right now, because now you can actually jump back. If you don't do that, you can't jump. You just aren't able to jump across that gap, and you just fall and are sad. So these trials have been going okay. Shadow trial was a bit bruh, but yeah. Oh yeah, and we do the trials in the order that we do, particularly because we get the golden gauntlets before we do any of the trials that actually require the golden gauntlets. It just happens that Shadow Trial comes first, comes before either the trials that require Shadow Trial if we do it like this. So it's really convenient. No, please. Alright, sure. That works. Light Trial's pretty boring. You kill some things, and then you play Zelda's Lullaby. That's apparently a puzzle that is difficult enough to be a trial. Fit only for the Hero of Time. Wait, no. Apparently, yes, it is a trial only fit for the Hero of Time. Wow. Wow, okay, wow. I need to grab the rupee. I need to not roll into the boulder. There's a lot of things I should do. Alright, sure. Well, I'm through. Alright, Spirit Trial. Hey, oh yeah, Spirit Trial is the last part of the last part of skipping fire arrows. This seems like the most difficult thing to figure out, I guess, because the only real way to skip fire arrows here is to use... Oh, you'll see. So the only real way to skip fire arrows here is to do a pretty precise shot here with that goes through this torch and is able to burn this web. And that's like the main thing that you normally think you need fire arrows for, but you don't. And that's the last equip of the run. We're done. We are off to Ganon now. I am going. Alright, let's do this. Let's get this done. Let's get this 2-minute PB because somehow this run went a lot better than any of my other runs. I mean, just that particular thing doesn't seem obvious enough to warrant being one of the solutions. Alright, we got some fights here. These guys are annoying and hopefully will not troll us. They didn't troll us. They're kind of trolling us right now, though. Pretty good fight. Alright, coming up next, we got more guys who are hopefully not annoying and won't troll us. Wow, that was actually really weird. It worked. I don't know. Wow. Yeah, double knuckles. I am one hit to die from double knuckles. So I am not taking this any more safe than normal. I do have jump slash stored. I don't need to restore jump slash. I'm fine. And they're dead. I'm not going to gain her on the chest. Alright, Ganondorf. This guy is also pretty annoying and is similar to Bongo, a bit of a... He's annoying. I don't mean to say he's any kind of swear, but he's just annoying. I don't know. is same thing with similar to Bongo. He has a 2-frame stun lock. Like you stab him 10 times, and each of the last 6 stabs are like a 2-frame window. And as a result, it's kind of not really luck dependent, but just a bit inconsistent, especially when I don't really have a good metronome cue for this, or a particular metronome doesn't really make me do any better at this. And also it's laggy enough so that metronomes aren't consistent. That's particularly why. Alright, so Ganondorf. Though Ganondorf has some strats of his own, we equip Bottle, as you saw there, for seemingly no reason other than the fact that if we reflect with Bottle, it's much easier. These toys are too much for you. I command you to return them to me. Nope. I missed. Actually, I should probably do... There we go. And stabbing time. Nice! That was incredible. The bottle isn't pretty precise, I just really don't know what I'm doing. I really don't know what I'm doing for any of this, to be honest. Wow. This is literally going to PB by 3 minutes. Assuming, you know, I don't die to Ganon. I could still legitimately die to Ganon. I mean, if you got stabbed 10 times in the face, you'd probably be beaten as well. But yeah, the bottle thing is pretty funny. So despite the fact that the Wii VC is the less laggy version, it still has quite a bit of tower collapse lag. One of the ways to reduce lag is to shoot a light arrow right here, and Zelda's purple magic particle effects don't actually show up if you do so, for whatever reason, and the light arrow is a lot less laggy than those purple magical particle effects. Though it's a lot more effective when you're outside than when you're inside. Like these right here, because I didn't get the arrow off in time. Alright, Stalfos. These guys shouldn't be too big of a these guys should not be too big of a deal. Of course, they're being really a big deal right now. There we go. I'm gonna grab hearts. Might as well. Alright, so that's basically all of Ocarina of Time. We just have one more fight to go. It's also important on this particular hallway that I don't go too fast, otherwise she just... I'm splitting off screen. Also here you just hold up and mash A and you don't get hit by the re-dead. For whatever reason, that just works. And if you do anything else, you get hit by the re-dead. No, dang it. So yeah, if any of you guys want to start running this game, we have a very active and open community for anyone who wants to run Glitchless or any other category really. In particular for Glitchless, we have a lot of beginner resources that we've developed over the past few years, and a beginner's guide that we have been working on recently to make it as easy as possible to get yourself into running this game. If you want to run this game, despite it's a lot of cutscenes, and Glitchless in particular is a lot of cutscenes, but it's a particularly rewarding experience, I find. I don't know. It's fun. Alright, so last battle. There's some strats here as well. We're gonna jump slash right here. And that stores a Deku Stick jump slash, and Ganon's damage tables are a little bit weird in that he does not take damage. He takes 1 damage from every weapon you do, except for Deku Sticks or Master Sword, but you're normally not supposed to have either of them, of course, so you just sort of supposed to do 1 damage every time to his tail, except we just stored 4 damage right there. And so we can beat his... Because you're only supposed to do 1 damage, he only has 10 health, so we can do 4 damage per hit instead of 1, and beat him in 3 hits instead of 10. And despite the fact that we don't have a sword to stab with, we can just use our hammer. Alright, there he's phase 1's down. Very quick. Alright, just run away, run away. There we go. That is literally a PB by 3 minutes for me. I'm already in the sub 4 club, but it's great to be not in the last place in the sub 4 club. thank you all for watching.
I'm glad I actually know. Oh, I'm glad I actually know where time is in OOT because I would have missed that.
Yeah,
I know where time is. It's fine. It's fine. OOT. This is the beautiful thing about having one of the biggest speed games. You know where time is. But G.
Yeah, that was PB by 3 minutes for me.
On my end, there's a 3:55:14. Let me know if you got something else.
15, basically the same thing.
15. All right.
Right.
Same. Maybe late split. Who knows?
Yeah, GG.
Yeah, actually, probably a late split, if anything.
I definitely felt like this was definitely a great run to close on.
Oh yes, absolutely.
I'm very glad I decided to be the closer.
I'm very glad I made sure that I was able to do this run as well.
Yeah, OOT is always a great closer.
Just there were a lot of things this particular week that I had to get around in order to do this run, but thanks for making it possible for me.
Yeah.
To do so.
I guess since this is the close, I guess we're watching the full credits.
Alright. We're watching the full credits.
Yeah.
I can do that.
If you have time, because I heard you might have to go.
It's fine actually.
Alright, cool.
Okay.
Probably.
Probably.
If not, you can just leave your stream on. Leave the console on. Actually, no, there's some text boxes at the end, aren't there? Oh no.
No, there's a couple. There's only a few text boxes. I can get through those real quickly.
All right. But what a marathon! What a marathon! I figured I'd say this, but if you have any any feedback or like want to say anything about the marathon, Sloa did post a feedback form in the Discord, so I'll just quickly throw that in the chat for you all. So if you have any like feedback, anything,
there was actually a command you could use.
Oh, command! You added a command. All right, good. So if you have like any feedback, any positive, any negative feedback too, we appreciate it, so we can improve all the future marathons. Speaking of future marathons, we have an announcement for that, but more on that later. Not yet. No leak.
No leakage.
And then yeah. I think the credits in OT are a little bit quieter, aren't they? Except for the end scene, right?
Right, true. The bottle does actually indeed work on Phantom Ganon. Can confirm.
We don't use the bottle on Phantom Ganon because we don't need to.
I see.
I don't know. Phantom Ganon's actually harder, I think, as a boss. Just because of how you have to kill it.
I personally feel like Ganon and Ganondorf is actually surprisingly the easiest bosses once you understand how to fight them.
Yeah, they are not hard. Alright, that's the last text box.
Yeah, I'd say like...
See you guys. Thanks for everyone supporting. Thanks for supporting Go Rescue.
Yep, we'll keep the stream up if you need to go. Oh yeah, thanks for. You have to.
If you guys haven't yet, feel free to donate.
Oh yeah, we're still gonna have this open. So if you want to get like a last second, thing in. Last second, we'll be on the last final. I kind of repurposed the intermission screen a little bit. Kappa. But we'll be on that for a little bit because we got announcements to make about the next marathon.
So yeah, see you guys later. I'm gonna leave.
Thanks for running, Ace. Thanks for running.
much.
Thank you so much for running.
And I do want to give a big shout outs to all the runners. If any of you guys are still in the chat, thank you guys all so much for donating your time. Because if it wasn't for you guys, like this wouldn't be possible. Like, I understand, I know, like, me, George, Piku, all of us, we organized this, but if it wasn't for you guys, it wouldn't be possible at all. So,
shout out to Mr. Dino for making the layouts.
Yep.
Shout outs to just other staff members in general, like, helping with setup from time to time. Yep. And shout out to the speedrunning community. Shout out to Need for Speed for getting me into speedrunning, right?
Yeah, shout outs to Simple Flips. He doesn't have anything to do with us.
OBS disconnected for AS. Oh no, we're not gonna get the credits. Oh no, I guess.
That's okay. I guess we can just switch over to the...
Alright, I just removed the Discord audio delay, so yeah, I guess this is the. Let me just double check everything. Yep, so that's pretty much everything from us. So I'm gonna get some nice outro music going on right here. So that's no glitches allowed, everyone.
Yeah.
Bible thump.
Bible thump indeed.